Hello, everybody. It's that time again. The Duel Links Meta Weekly number 329. We're here for another installment. It'll be Swiss today, as it is post new box release. It may have only been 5 days since the release, but it feels like a million, as there has been so many tournaments and so much development within the metagame within a very short length of time. But yes, hello everyone. So let's see, what do we have here going on first? Did I see that Barox won with Performage, more pure build in the Quantum Dailies? Yes, I did. That was pretty cool to see. I'm sure a lot of people had given some thought to Chocolate just because there is the obvious synergy. But most people immediately went to the Magistus just because of the more obvious, like, advantageous payoff of getting to go with Zeroa, because you get the extra body on the field, you get the search. Barox did mention, hello by the way, Barox. Barox did mention in the channel that he went with the one breaker as a flex spot. Although I haven't had a chance to actually watch the VOD yet. Is it true that the breaker was actually relevant for Game 3? That's what I heard. Hello. Will we address the burn glitch? What specifically is the burn glitch? I admit to being about 12 hours out of date. Breaker was the only... What is the coin flip glitch, though? What specifically is about the glitch? I'm not gonna watch the video. Can we just have a 30-second explanation? I'm not gonna just... Hold on, guys! Let me just stop the tournament. I need to know, is it something like... What is the glitch? Since the skill makes it what are we talking about? Master of Destiny? Okay, so I will just ban Meta Weekly alert. Meta Freakly alert. For today's event, Master of Destiny plus what the hell is a card called? The Nurse. It's not a glitch. Okay. Are not allowed in the same deck while we investigate whether or not it is glitched. DM a mod if you submitted and we can change it. Okay. The skill's not supposed to affect your opponent's coin flip is the thing. So if that's what's happening... Well, I don't have time to investigate it, so we'll just ban it for now. I doubt anyone brought it, though. Well, I'm taking people's them at their word. We will investigate it after the fact. I just don't have the time to double check it. But yes, we have a lot of attention on the Perform Age deck, whether or not it is actually good. And we'll take a spot in the meta. Everyone taking the chalices out. I mean, isn't the whole point of the FTK that they would win going first? So it's not an FTK? Hello, Eli. Second turn. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, as mentioned, I haven't really been able to keep up on anything since yesterday. Went to work. We are back home now for the tournament. The only thing I was able to really keep up on, and this is completely unrelated, was the developments within the Helldivers 2 fiasco. That was funny to watch. You need to wait for the second Path of Destiny flip up to Chalice. Yeah, I did not expect people, or I did not expect Sony to capitulate. So good on that, I suppose. It has also been fascinating watching the reversal of the reviews. So a lot of snide people were commenting that why was it such a bad thing? So to make it as simple as possible, Kisara. So supposedly you were going to have a Sony PlayStation account to play the game. And this was being instituted 3 months after the game came out. Now, it should be noted, you can only make a PSN account in like 69 or 70 countries when there's like over 200. They were selling the game in every country. So what was going to happen is anyone in a non-PSN region was going to lose access to the game because they legally cannot make a PSN account. And it is against Sony's terms of service to lie about your location for the account. If you do, you are subject to being banned. So it was very silly, basically. Had it been in place from the very beginning, not removed, and also had they also not sold to people who literally, like, people were physically incapable, and like all Sony could do is some of their support people were trying to slyly say, just make an account and lie about your location. But that's not really something, like, you can't trust that they're not going to potentially ban you over it, because it also opens up a whole can of worms of, if you're not enforcing one part of the TOS, does that, like, how are you supposed to know what is enforced, right? So it was a whole dumb fiasco. Is it that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things? No. Is it annoying as all hell? Yes. Is it awesome that people who don't want to do it don't have to do it? Yes, it is awesome. But honestly, more than anything, the most fascinating thing about it has been the way it kind of came across to me was just people being, it was like a boiling point moment. Think about all the dumb accounts that you have to make for everything. Memorize passwords for everything. For something that you're like literally never going to use, you don't care about. All it does is open you up to have like, oh, your data has been breached, etc., etc. Like when I was dealing with our hacker friend, our DDoSer friend, he was apparently like going on to dark web websites, purchasing information on me to get like all the accounts that have been compromised, I guess in an attempt to try and like, you know, mess with me. So he was here's an old Lord of the Rings online account that he could, I guess, hack into or whatever. And it's just like, oh my God, I am so tired of making accounts after accounts after accounts for stuff that I don't care about. Yes. I once made a Hong Kong PSN account to buy a Gundam game that didn't release over here. Account got insta-banned after I put money on it. Thanks, Sony. Exactly! Like, how do you know that they're not going to just randomly do that to you? Oh, let me take support's word on it, which may or may not be a bot. Could just be AI at this point. God knows if you're actually talking to a real person when you get to support at this point. So, yeah. Yeah, Norrentino, I got you. You coming in last second with this one. I got you though, buddy. Okay. Is this going to be a thing in the future? I mean, most likely, Kisara. They'll, if they're smart, what they're going to do is just don't make it mandatory. Just incentivize it. You want to know the easiest way you would have avoided all of this problem? Hello, Helldivers. We would like for you to sign up for PlayStation Network. If you link your account, you will get 100 super credits and this really cool looking cape. Thank you. Congratulations. You now just got like 80% of people, 90% of people to sign up. No muss, no fuss. Done. Hello, Dark Tuner. Sorry, Marco. Not today. If we find out that it's okay, then... you seem like a very aware of the game Duel Links and the various states it tends to be in. I have one question though, in which I know you can answer based off of your years of experience. Drake or Kendrick? Neither. They both suck. But yeah. Link your Steam Duel Links account to PSN, get 1,000 free gems. Done. I will do anything for gems. Anything. What kind of trash cans you want me to dig in? I'll dig in them. Alrighty. We have reached the start point. However, I am going to be waiting as Eli is apparently punishing Bash for not uploading a deck list. Congratulations, Bash. You will be being dropped. Hope you enjoy it. I literally don't even understand this, by the way. You know what? I hope we'll see. Am I leaking any personal information when I do this? You have time to upload this, but not a deck list. Alrighty, Eli, thank you very much. I will be starting the tournament. You were dropped for no deck list. My wife said, oh, okay, not going to continue reading that statement, but hey, I mean, good on you, Reaper. Whatever it takes to get those Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I guess. Meta Weekly alert! The tournament has begun! In the future, please submit a real deck list and not whatever random images you have been submitting. This is like the 7th time in a row. Alrighty. Let us begin. We will be wanting to enjoy new box decks. I will admit it's a little unfortunate to have to drop people in these events, especially if they're here. Of course, hope to see you again soon. But we do need people to, like, submit a deck list. You know what I'm saying? Alrighty. Let us begin. Oh my god, Chapstick, what the hell? 100 stream streak! Dude, chill! Finally more digits than number of brain cells the former Tachyon players had. Oh my goodness. I mean, hey, dude, thank you for the dedication. That really means a lot to me. I hope you at least enjoy it. And if not, thank you for tolerating it. All right, we have Neo at the top. We have Che at the bottom. We're gonna make our play here to get into a El Shadal construct. Shadal Beast allowing us to draw a card, dumping a copy of Squamata. We banned it for today just so that I have a chance to investigate it. I had no idea whether or not it's actually glitched. I need to look it up. If it turns out to not be glitched, then we'll allow it in future events. Alrighty, double back row. We do not have the ability to flip here, though. Che at the bottom is on the new Perform Age skill. Activating Mind Control. Get yoinkin'! We're going to go ahead and steal our opponent's face-down monster. That will prompt us to activate El Shadal Fusion. Hello, Jay. Doing well, my friend. Good to see you. Hopefully work goes smoothly for you. The Perform Age deck is fun to play. I agree. That is one of the nice things about it. I will say, ooh, making a Grista. Now, okay, hold on. This does mean we're not going to have... Wait, hold on, what? Oh, we're milling too. Okay. It's actually surprisingly similar to Tachyon in a way, and I don't mean like the power and oppressiveness, but the skill. The skill has a lot of similarities to Tachyon, being able to mind control, turn that into a monster of your own. Whereas in the something like Tachyon, you could yoink, return to hand, etc., get the free search. We are going to add a Trick Clown to hand. Special summoning a Hat Tricker. as our opponent does have 2 bodies on the field. And doesn't even have to be your opponent's, just your own. A second hat tricker. We are going to go ahead and activate our Schism. This will allow us to make a Winda here. What are the 10 best tiered decks this meta? I mean, geez, don't ask for much. So we have access to 1 more special summon. Now, depending on the build that Che is playing, we actually do have an out for this. But if you need the 10 decks, I mean, it's going to be what? Phantom Knights, Blue Eyes, Shadal, Sky Striker, Zombies, Shiranui, Perform Age, just because of growing popularity. Probably still TG. Probably still Galaxy Eyes. Probably still Mayakashi. We are going to make Castel here. Castel, get spinning. Goodbye, Winda. What about Raid Raptor? I mean, possibly. Should we have put the Castel in the extra monster zone? I guess we can use our skill on it. Or if we're running Vespinato, we can... Oh wait, never mind. We can just make another body. Raid Raptor won a tournament recently. I did not actually see that. What did it win? ZC Kings Tournament number 1, won by Diabetico. Haven't seen that name. Always nice to see new names. What did this tournament... Check out that tournament. 65 players. That's a decent turnout. Shuffling the Castel. Do we have another out here? Yes, we do. Oh, this is lethal! Loom, because I was told that it's potentially bugged, I specifically banned it today until I can investigate it. I just didn't have time to check for sure. Making a Perform Age Trapeze. Baboost the Malevolent Sin. Attack 1. Attack 2. Lethal. Che takes it. Game number 1. Thank you, Eli, for the breakdown. Let's go ahead and get that up on the screen. And I do apologize, everyone. I forgot to do the edges. So before we go to game 2, we're going to get the edges out of the way. So please stick around. We will be right back. I'm glad you appreciate it, ICU. This moment in time is just for you. Is there a tournament mod I can talk to? Yeah. I'm your tournament mod, my friend. Hello there. Ah, we forgot to... Okay, I see. In the future, you need to go to tasks and click check in. We can fix that for you though, my friend. I have corrected it for you. No. Please play. Since you were here, you get to continue playing. Just be just be sure to check in. Good luck, have fun, guys. $20, $25, $29, $32, $34, $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, $40, $41 after drops. Nice. Okay. We are back. Let us continue with game number 2. Yeah, no, clowns have Perform Mages have definitely been the surprise deck for me. Not so much from how they're doing, which is obviously it is a surprise that the decks like come out of nowhere, kind of, or rather not come out of nowhere, but people weren't expecting a lot from it. And it is probably for me just a lot of fun. Like, you get to do so many goofy things with it. How do you feel about PK with and without Ophion? I think both versions are viable. I don't think you need to play Ophion. It's obviously a very good way to play it, but I think just PK is good in general. Dweller equals goofy? Yes. Breaker the Magical Warrior! We are going to go for the Winda, get sending, mind control, yoink. Going for the damage juggler here. Adding a copy of the Hat Tricker. Momento de Breaka. Gonna make a Castel. Castel gets spinning. Damage juggler, grabbing a copy of the Hat Tricker here. Are you not entertained? Oh, Reseline, you seem to be coming around, are you? Who's the clown? The players of the Perform Mage deck? Or you? I mean, I don't know about... I mean, maybe you just had bad luck or I had good luck, but even when I was... Huh? No Bunishin for you! We are going to link off into an Artemis. Trick Clown back to the field. We're going to... Oh, looks like we are on a Magistus version of this one. Zoroa effect. Artemis searching for a copy of Endymion. Going for the Magistus invocation into the Iwa. Set one back row. Pass the turn. To be fair, though, in that particular match, we did see Che open up Mind Control and go second twice, which is pretty good. Go for the Blue Eyes here. Gets popping. Trick Clown returning to the field. Flame Eater effect. Battle Chronicle, allowing us to grab a copy of the Successor Soul. We're going to go for the Ultimate Fusion into a Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon. Get popping. Attack 1, attack 2, attack 3. Not quite lethal. Endymion effect, but Successor Soul will be able to interrupt that, and Nagatoro will take game number 1. Loom out here thinking about, ooh, time to do another Performage Pure video. Let's go! Breaker would have swept. True! Okay. Hear me out. What if we play more than one Breaker? Alright, Mind Control, get yoinkin'. There will be no Successor Soul for you. Yugi was playing only one. Oh, you know what? Fair. Fair. We cannot in good conscience. Hello, did anyone enter with Nurse Burn? No, as we disallowed it due to the bugged interaction, at least currently. If it turns out to not be bugged, then we will allow it for future events. But I didn't have time to properly investigate the claims that it was bugged before the tournament started, so I didn't want to risk it. Alrighty. We are going to activate Endymion's effect here to attach. That will trigger our opponent's Successor Soul to interrupt the play. One more potential interaction in the back row here. But we have used both Ultimate Fusion and Successor Soul, so it might be a crackdown, but it also might just be a second copy of one of those. We are going to turn our opponent's Imduck into a monster of our own. Why would he use Fusion first? I assume he wanted to get Successor Soul online. Whether or not that was optimal or not. I mean, you are correct, Duan. I'm just speaking words into the void. Who would win? The ultimate creature, the ultimate engine of destruction, or a clown? Attack 1, attack 2, my 4,000 attack clown, lethal. You know, there's a part of me that actually loves... No, Albel, I'll be honest with you. I love that effect. I love that it literally makes this card, which is normally kind of a joke, like, unironically, like, a dangerous threat. Mwah! It's beautiful. Seeing Hat Tricker become Obelisk the Tormentor is hilarious. You understand! You get it! No clown girl archetype? Okay, hold on. Chat, you have a task. Are there any clown waifus as a Yu-Gi-Oh card? And if so, what is it? Crass Clown. I'm looking this up. If this isn't a waifu, you're getting banned. Okay. Okay, you're banned. You're literally banned. Okay, I guess... What? Performapal Trump Girl? Isn't she a clown? Kinda, yeah. More like a jester, I guess. Performapal Uni. Alright, is that a clown, though? That's more like a magician's assistant. Mad Mauler. No. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is not a clown. This is like a magician's assistant. You fail. Do we need it? I mean, do we need anything? Okay, Loom, I can already tell you that's literally like an animal. Trapeze Force Witch. Okay, you're linking to... Is this real, though? This seems fake. You cannot link me to a fake card. Hello, Neo. Soggy the Dark Clown does not count. So we have literally what? Everything except like Plush Fire? Not released. There's 3 cards. Plush Fire, Mirror Conductor, and Trick Box? Okay. Finale Reaps! Thank you so much for the follow. Hello, Ilrain. Do Perform Mages really only have a single Pendulum card? What? What? Wait, Conductor? I see you. Thank you for the gifted sub to Neo. Appreciate you, buddy. What is Conductor? Oh, the Mirror Conductor. Okay. Okay. I threw hard against Che. You probably weren't expecting what the deck can do, Neo. It's fine. You didn't know what to face. Trapeze Force Witch is real. Okay, let's read it then. So it is a fusion. One, or you know what? We can just literally bring it up on screen. So it is 2 Perform Mage monsters. All Perform Mage monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects, and your opponent cannot target them with card effects. While you control another Perform Mage monster, monsters your opponent controls cannot target this card for attacks. If a Perform Mage monster you control battles an opponent's monster, you can target that opponent's monster. It loses 600 attack. That's pretty decent. Just here for the top 4 to get my MCS ticket. How do you not have one already? But to also answer the question earlier, we got another question about Nurse Burn Cthulhu Cosmic. No, we banned it today while we investigate whether it's truly banned or not. Eli, hold that room for me and I will. I don't understand why we didn't get any AG support with Dennis. You can get it next time. This is his first time here. MCS is only Master Duel? Correct. As Decade focuses on Master Duel, that's where he puts his time, effort, and energy. The Duel Links Meta Weekly continues because he wants to continue to support it as well. So that's why it still has the prize pool that it does and everything. We just happen to be running it here on this particular channel. Where's the Dennis cosplay? Next stream. Don't worry. You can play the Duel Links Meta Weekly to get Master Duel MCS tickets. Yes. Can you already sign up for the Grand Prix on Wednesday? No, we'll put the signups up tomorrow. Completely dismantling the entire field. We will be able to bring the Trick Clown back, but we're still dead. We would need to be running... Oh, we would need to have Juggler in hand. Did not need the Juggler here. But I guess it doesn't matter. So close. But yeah, so one of the benefits for playing in any of DK's tournaments, whether it is Master Duel or the Duel Links ones that we do here, you do get to, if you make it to the top, get access to the MCS. So even though it's a different game, it's the Master Duel, if you also play Master Duel and you have made top in a Duel Links tournament, you do get to play in the MCS as well. All right. Does he... Hello? So... Yes, legal. Alrighty. I am told that I should watch somebody. Let us see if we can find them. Making an MCS for Horus and Little Knight. I think it ended up getting pushed back a couple of times. I don't have that information for sure. I think initially the intention was for it to be for Snake Eyes, but then it got pushed, and I think it's just been getting pushed until it was appropriate for him to run it. Or rather, he wanted to run it. Again, I don't have any personal details. I'm just guessing. Alrighty, we have -1 at the bottom. We got Ruganary at the top. This is going to be Shadal versus Phantom Knights. We're going to go for Raiders Rebellion here. Searching for a copy of our rank up launch. We're then going to go for the sword bring back. Ranking up into our Ophion. Ophion is going to then be able to search for a copy of the Infestation Terminus. Hello, Icy. Good to see you. Flipping up and then passing to you. We're going to go for the Mind Control. Get yoinkin'. Using it and our Wendy to go into a Nightmare Cerberus. Cerberus effect. We're going to chain to rank up in response, going for our Requiem Dragon. We'll then Shadal Fusion, sending Damage Juggler and Wendy. Dragon effect, get poppin'. Damage Juggler searching for a copy of the Trick Clown. We're gonna go Incarnation, Hedgehog effect, searching for the Fusion. We're then going to attack in. Xyz Dragon is going to say no! We will then El Shadal Fusion into a time limit win. That is unfortunate. So we are using Perform Ages as part of our package for Shadal. Interesting. We actually could have theoretically broken that field if we didn't lose to time there. Unfortunate. You think they're going to do an emergency nerf on Nurse Burn? We'll see. They usually address these kind of things. If it truly is either A, bugged, or B, degenerate enough that people are just using it, they'll hit it. They're usually pretty good about that. They usually don't let these kind of things. We're going to go ahead and negate the Torn Scales here, but we are going to be able to still try and push through. Go for the Break Sword. Getting ourselves into the Xyz Dragon. Ragged Gloves get dumping. Phantom Sword bring back. Searching for the rank up Magic Force. We're going to use the Launch to go for our Ophion. They didn't do an emergency nerf to Tachyon FTK. But they did. Super Polymerization using the Ophion and Squamata for a Mud Dragon of the Swamp. Squamata effect. Windy effect for a Beast. We're then going to use the Incarnation Get Flipping. Draw 2. Bring back the Trick Clown. Levianeer out of literally nowhere. Makes number 70 Malevolent Sin. We will then Shadal Fusions now, by the way, after we've gotten rid of our opponent. Well, I guess it wasn't from the extra deck, but regardless. Ruginary takes game number 2.
Duel.
All right. Eli, if you could hold this room for me. -1 went for... Okay, sure, he did go first. It should be noted that Ruginary broke the board in game 2 and was on his way to breaking the board game 3. So I don't really see that as much of a problem. He only lost game... Well, not only, but he lost game 1 to Floodgates. Or not Floodgates, to the timer. He was on his way to breaking it. Alright, unfortunately we do just have to set here, so that sucks. Okay, that legitimately was not much you can do there. Good try though, Ruginary. Reseline, do you know what board breakers are? I don't really see the issue of a deck that wants to play board breakers playing board breakers. Also, game 2, wasn't it literally because of super polymerization, not mind control? Checkmate. Alrighty, we got Yami, Yato at the bottom, Lemon at the top. Or not. Okay. Mind control synergy with certain skills is crazy. I don't... how to put this? I think as the power level of Duel Links continues to increase in general, I'm growing less opposed to that sort of thing. I think early on, like, there were some legitimate grievances with stuff like the Hope illuminates the future Yusei skill. But as we get to the point where more and more abilities just completely wipes the field there. As we get more and more ways to make these bigger boards, I think giving ways that help you to break them easier is good for the overall health of it. You never want it to be a, well, just scoop it up. But I don't know. That opinion can, of course, obviously change over time. It does look like pool... or round 1, rather, has concluded. Round 2 has begun. Who won game 1? Yato. Gonna go for the crackdown here. Making a copy of Abyss Dweller. Showtime. Getting ourselves a copy of the Trick Clown. We're gonna bring out the Damage Juggler, and doesn't even make his boss monster, just goes for the attack. I'm at work, so only seeing pieces of the games for now. Gonna watch the VOD later. Fair. All right. So once again, we have Yato at the top. We got Lemon at the bottom. This is Shira versus Perform Ages. Perform Ages going first. We're going to go Crowley into Trick Clown. Then bringing out a copy of the Hat Tricker. We're going to make a copy of Dweller. Juggler searching for a Trick Clown. We're going to go ahead and also make a Rilliona. Rilliona effect. Zoroa. Bring back the Flame Eater. We're going to go ahead and search for a copy of Zoroa. This will be follow-up for the next turn. Magistus Invocation, allowing us to make an Iwas. And so we got 4 bodies on the field. Dweller is going to turn off our opponent's graveyard. We're going to get Dumping, sending a copy of Mizuki to the graveyard for the Spirit Master, and just pass the turn. Iwas, get Yoinking, Crowley effect to reattach the Artemis. Artemis searching for a copy of our Rilliona. We're then going to make a Draco Berserker. Rilliona effect to bring out a Crowley. And we will get the concession scoop. Lemon takes it in game 3. Is the deck expensive? Are you talking about clowns? Depends on the version that you're playing. I think pure can theoretically be fairly cheapish. Trapeze is an amazing card. Response is trash without the skill. Yes. Blue Eyes is also a trash card. But guess what happens when you have a skill that lets you normal summon it? Like, you cannot dismiss a card just because a skill makes it good. Like, yeah, that's the game. We played a 2-Zeroa version on stream, Jay. It's fine. How many people signed up? We had 45 signups today. Shadal's is trash without the skill. Legitimately true. I will say, though, I am slowly getting pilled on the pure version. Can anyone name a deck that's good without a skill? Yeah, Tenyi was good without a skill. Although they definitely did take advantage of the life gain one. Trickstar was good without the skill. Live Twins was good without the skill. Gunkin, yep. Mech Knights, yep. They definitely took advantage of skills, though. Orcust, yep. If we actually look at the top decks, of the current decks, so Phantom Knight, it wanted a skill. Blue Eyes wanted a skill. Shadal, skill. Sky Striker, skill. Zombies, skill. Tech Genus, skill. Shira. So Shiranui originally did not need a skill. It played several different skills. So I think Shira was good. What's the first real deck that didn't care about a skill? So Live Twin, Tenyi, yes. Orcust, yes. Abyss Actors, technically, yes. Cosmo, yes. Trickstar definitely did. Blackwings didn't really need a skill in the beginning. They did like the field spell one. That did help it a lot, but Six Samurai, yep, sure. Anyone else having issues with Smash GG? What kind of issue are you having, Sauceman? Oh wait, no, you're not Sauceman. Are you Jadok? What's your start GG name? I'll check you in. Oh, Oh, it looks like you already are. Although Gozu has not checked in. Looks like you may be getting a free win there. Yo, is that my boy A2? Thank you so much for the resub, my dude. I appreciate you greatly. I love that a lot of decks have tailor-made skills nowadays. I do feel as if deck building is a bit more straightforward, but it's still a lot of fun. I think that there are some decks that you can definitely still have fun with as far as deck building goes. But you are right. It's undeniable that you have a situation where, as they're trying to make older decks keep up with stronger, more modern decks, the skills have to get more powerful in comparison. Like, yeah, that's undeniable. I think it is a good thing when the skill is both powerful but still restricts you in a way, but does give you some room to quote-unquote cook, right? So, like, the fact that Perform Mages are being played with Magistus and are allowed to do so, but can't just splash with anything, I think is fine. You are seeing other people try, for example, the pure version, seeing if they can make it. Can't put Orcus in every. I do understand where people come from with it. I think there needs to be a healthy balance. You need to have some skill expression. Like one content creator that I really love for the way he just tries to like cook with skills is Papatrix. Like, I think that dude must have made like 10 different Synchron decks at this point, maybe 20. The dude just can't stop trying to cook with them. And I appreciate that. We did all of that without committing to our normal summon. We are using Fuzzy Lanius as well. Goes for the Raiders Knight here. Okay, but where do we go from here? We are locked to Raid Raptors now. Cannot go for the Ark Rebellion, as Fuzzy Lania says no. We would have needed to have a rank 5 Raid Raptor we could go into. Fuzzy is fine as long as you have, if you focus on the Raid Raptor part, like in the modern like physical Raid Raptor deck, you can play Fuzzy. Because like your extra deck is basically nothing but Raid Raptors at this point. Like what's the one Raid Raptor, non-Raid Raptor card that you're basically playing most of the time? It's like Evil Swarm Nightmare. You're going Wise Strix, Raiders Knight, Brave Strix, Horse Strix, Ultimate Falcon, Rising Rebellion, Arsenal Falcon. Konami, give this to us. We can be trusted with it. We can be trusted! Don't worry, Sakadetsu, I got you too.
Duel.
We can all join the revolution. I just have 2 requests for you at this time, Konami. And I don't think they're unreasonable. Request number 1. Request number 2. I can be trusted. What was request 1? Alrighty, Heat Wave. We do yoink our opponent's monster using the skill to add a rank up. Is Tornado Dragon Hey Trunade on legs? No, it's MST on legs. I do actually kind of understand why they don't do MS or do Tornado Dragon. It would, so Tornado Dragon would be very similar to why I think they're not adding back stuff like well, that's unfortunate. It's why they're not adding back stuff like the Cyber Dragon stuff. Like, it's kind of degenerate to like set back row and just get it, have it get popped on you. All right, who are we gonna watch next? I saw a pattern. I misplay when you stream, so don't stream. I got you. I will watch you every match, don't worry.
Duel.
Set one pass from Che. Hello, Drewy. Any Fabled? Unfortunately, no. I think there are two problems with Fabled. Damage Juggler. Stopping the damage here. We are going to search for the Hat Tricker. How do we do have the potential, I mean, okay, so we can't summon back from the graveyard. That is unfortunate. We're able to go for a Castell here. Wait. Didn't we just have lethal with Trapeze Magician? I think people need to get used to that. Oh! Serena with the raid. Thank you so much, Serena. Did you mauled and quit? Please tell me that you mauled it and quit. Sanafon would go to 2,500. Who cares if Sanafon goes to 2,500? No, so here's the thing. Okay, guys, think about it. Don't use Castell right away. Summon the two other bodies. Make Trapeze Magician. Use the effect to make your Castell 5,500 attack. Then spin the Blue Eyes. Then make your Castell able to attack twice. Done. Problem solved. It takes the opponent's highest monster plus 1,000. Look at Captain Hindsight. I was literally saying it while it was happening. What do you mean hindsight? How do you counter that? I don't know. Have counters, back row, hand traps, literally anything, and not just monster. Like, what do you want me to say when the opponent has literally beat sticks on the field? By the way, why Performage can use turn 1 and not Altergeist? Because they consider... Because, I don't know, they did. The actual reason is because they wanted to stop Altergeist from going turn 1, easily making a spell trap negate. Is Blue Eyes taking over everything? I mean, it's one of the best decks of the format still. Taking over everything? No. If we look at like the last couple tournaments, what won them? Let's double check. All right, I'm just gonna go in order for like the last 10 tournaments. So, we had Raid Raptor win one. We had Sky Striker win one.
Duel.
We had Performage win one. Sorry, I'm currently loading the others. PK won one. Oh, I'm sorry for opening too many tabs! Shadal won one. Phantom Knight won another. I apparently broke the DLM website by opening a bunch of tournament reports. Magical Dimension in response. Get popping. Interesting. We are going to make damage, or summon out the damage juggler. Go for the Draco Berserker. Attack 1. Attack 2. Pass back to you. Silent Boot. Searching for the rank up here. Torn Scales effect. Banish. We will bring back the Break Sword. Going to be able to rank up. Crackdown 2. Negate. Lemon takes game number 1. And I will actually be right back, guys. No! Vanilla, no! Stop!
Duel.
I am in fact back. Hello again, everyone. I am not muted!
Duel.
This is me, literally, when I'm first. And your band. If I can remember, slash, timeout, delete message. Alright, it's gone. Thank God. Alrighty. We have -1 at the top. We got Lemon at the bottom. Going for the rank up. We're going to be able to make Ophion here. PK's greatest boss monster. Searching for a copy of the Infestation Terminus. We're going to be able to get Poppin'. Reliona effect, adding a copy of the Invocation to hand. We're going to use Showtime, shuffling it into the deck. For the Trick Clown, we're then going to go Crowley for the Trick Clown. Book of Moon, get Flippin'. Trick Clown returns to the field. We still have to deal with the fact that we can rank up the Dark Rebellion. Potentially pop, have a negate. Double Book of Moon. Negate. Simply built different. What do we do? Is the question. We are electing to make Reliona here, putting her to defense. Ooh, Forbidden Chalice. Negate. Oh no. Oh no! It does not matter. -1 is able to survive the turn. I'm electing these... You know what? No. Not this time. Ancient Cloak is going to add a copy of Silent Boots to our hand. We can use it with our Torn Scales to make another rank 3 play. I don't think Exciton Knight would have been an answer here because your natural response is just going to be to shotgun Exciton. Like, -1 does not have to activate Chalice until after Exciton activates. What do you mean chain to... What? Why is... Do you think negative... Do you think your opponent just... It can chain once? Does it work that way? Because isn't the first activation part of the chain, though? I'm pretty sure the first activation is part of the chain. I'm pretty sure you're in fact quite wrong. If you want me to add a 7TV emote, then you'd need to grab the 7TV emote link for me. Find it on 7TV, post the link here. Going for the Nightmare Phoenix here. Get poppin'. Crackdown 2. Negate. Wait, could we really not go for lethal that turn? So we couldn't activate Terminus because we needed our opponent to have 2 cards. We are locked. So what do? We are locked to... Ooh, goes for Iwas here. We will Terminus here in response. Shuffle or send a Zoroa back to the hand. Okay, okay. So... we are gonna pop here. We can make Requiem. And then we can negate. So we should have lethal here. Wait. Oh, you're right. It is no effect Requiem. Okay, but we can still... we should still be able to lethal here. We would need what? Access to a juggler? Yeah, we didn't have it. -1 will take it in game 3. Well done. And legal. Profear doesn't know about High School of the Dead. I barely know about it. Is that the Booba sniper one? Okay, then yes, I have seen that one. Doesn't that one, like, just end with, like, no resolution?
Duel.
Okay, well, that would be an explanation of why. Thank you for the answer, Payne. I obviously did not look that deeply into it. Alrighty. A lot of clowns today. Yes, five people entered with Perform Ages. I only think that there are only a couple. How many rounds? It's 4 rounds today. 4 rounds, top 16. All right, how are we going to do this? Start off with the Mind Control. Riliona adding a copy of Invocation. We're going to use Showtime. Turn your big boss monster into a gosh dang clown. We're then going to go for Abyss Dweller. Dweller effects and the Juggler. Juggler searching for a Hat Tricker. We'll summon the Hat Tricker to the field. Magistus Invocation into an Iwas. We're then going to bring the Trick Clown back to the field, making a Trapeze Magician. Get your clown rolls ready. We'll then Vitra, bring back the Riliona. Boost the Riliona to 2,800! Double attack! Game 1. Alright. We're about to hit edges, so we're gonna wait to watch the rest of them after they finish. We will be right back. I'm very bad about this, by the way. Sorry about not keeping track of the edges better. Alright, so everyone else who's still here, how's it going? Hopefully it's been a good week. We have a good weekend. Anyone do anything fun and exciting? Noteworthy? Jim. Fair. Okay, Marco. You were doing Joe. What's Joe? Damn, bro. You got me. I can't believe I walked right into that one. You waited 3 hours. What do you mean you waited for 3 hours? Explain. As in, like, you were so far ahead up the chain that you had to wait that long for an opponent? Or, like, what? What happened? Yo, Ends! Thank you so much for the resub, my dude! For grand finals. Ah, fair. On Saturday, I watched Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. Fair. Empire Strikes Back. Fair. And Return... Wait, okay, hold on. You're telling me you had time to watch 3 Star Wars movies, and rather than do, like, the original trilogy, you said, nah, let's skip the first one and watch Revenge of the Sith as number 3 instead. The prequel's better. Freddy, I don't want you to necessarily out yourself here, but were you born after the year 2000? Okay, then that's an acceptable answer. I get it. Can you at least agree, though, that the second prequel movie is bad? Can we at least agree on that one? Phantom Menace is fine. Revenge of the Sith is okay, got its things. But the second is, come on, please. We can at least find common ground there, right? Game 2. All right, round 3 has begun. I mean, I liked Attack of the Clones. The first... Oh, no! See, here's the thing. I am of the opinion that Phantom Menace is a good standalone movie. You didn't need to have Attack of the Clones. You did not need to have Revenge of the Sith. As a one and done, Phantom Menace is fine. Showtime allowing us to go into a damage juggler. We're just going to leave it there. Okay. Why didn't we go Abyss Dweller? Good point. Maybe we're not running it? I mean, we know that they're just going to be able to get this back. I don't know, Girin. I don't know. Revenge of the Sith, oh my god. The one thing that I will always want to fight about with that movie. I feel like they did the corruption of Anakin so terribly. It was not believable at all. That's why the Clone Wars series exists? I mean, okay. You're right. The Clone Wars animated series is good. I will even agree. I will agree wholeheartedly to that. But as a standalone movie, it does basically nothing to justify. Like, I get Anakin being, like, an upstart, but there's a big difference between, man, these Jedis sure kind of suck, don't they, to, what if I murdered children? You know, there's kind of a pretty big... There's a pretty big gap there. Seems reasonable. Basically, Palpatine was like, you know, you should totally murder some children. Your wife will probably live if you do that, right? And yes, and Anakin was like, bet, I got you. Come on. You can do better than that! Do not clip that out of... Oh my god. Do not clip that out of context. Making a dweller of our own. We're gonna go for the Rilliona. Rilliona in attack position, no less. Literally does not care. Okay, well, okay, that. Phantom Knight Wings to protect. We are going to be able to clear the board. Dweller. Forbidden Chalice to negate. That is rough. And that ends our turn. Stealing the opponent's break sword. We're going to be able to go into the Trapeze Magician. And it's just a matter of going for lethal here. I always persevered Anakin fall to the dark side, being a genuinely nice and kind-hearted person, being twisted and manipulated, becoming the... Well, yes, that's what they were supposed to be. Raid Raptors, yes. I think we had one today. We can bring that up again. Yeah, one Raid Raptor. I have an answer to the killing of children. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolute. But, okay, one, that statement literally doesn't make any sense because he doesn't have absolute power. Still not as rushed as Daenerys' madness arc in Game of Thrones. Oh, please don't remind me. What a monumental throw. All right. Did you, quote unquote, in fact, get me? Palpatine was like, you know, you should totally murder some children. Palpatine was like, you know, you could have clipped that way better. That's a missed opportunity. You absolutely could have clipped that better. 4 out of 10. Should I get second Prisma Quick Launch or third Prisma Karakuri Merchant? I'm gonna say rockets have more chance of being meta again than Karakuri, but that's up to you. Floodgate and OTK burn meta. I don't know about that one. But sure. This meta sucks. I mean, if you're unhappy with it, it happens. Give it enough time and it will change. We're going to make a Solda here. Unbreakable Mind. Get popping. Get our rank up. Strangle Lanius. Go ahead and revive. Make an Evil Swarm Nightmare. Set another one. Pass the turn. We are going to get flippin'. Put the Torn Scales face down. Hoping we get Rika support. Well, I mean, they're probably just going to focus on Sun Avalon, right? They might do, but they're not going to, like, make Rika, like, good out of the gate. They're 100% going to want you to play it as Sun Avalon to begin with. You making it into Rika comes later. At least that's what I would do. Okay, seems no issue. Good luck. Get flippin' number 2. This will force our opponent to end the turn. Back to you, CM Schofield. Out of all the bundle cards, which do you think would be an instant pickup for speed? I've recently bought Crystal Wing, Super Poly, PK Rank Up, Felgrand, and Trishula. I mean, I'd have to look at them again. I'm a little out of date on which ones. It also depends on what you're building. The thing is, the bundled cards typically are either a power card like Terraforming, or they're like specifically meant for a deck or type of deck. Very few of them are like truly universal. I mean, if you play any synchro-based strategies, I mean, Draco Berserker is good, but if you've already got Crystal Wing, I'm guessing you're playing a deck that can make that. We are going to make Stranger Falcon here. Are we going to rank it up further? Or no, ranking up the Evil Swarm Nightmare. Oh, going for Air Raid. Interesting. I mean, it's still technically lethal, so it doesn't matter. What are the spiciest signups? Probably the Perform Mages. Perform Mage is the deck that's on a lot of people's radar right now. The Shadal that's mixing in Perform Mage is also kind of interesting. All right, Raid Raptors taking game number 1. We go to game 2.
Duel.
Alrighty. Phantom Knights going first here. I can see Perform Mages doing well in the KC Cup. It's possible. I think people are going to continue to try tweaking the deck. I'm really curious to see more exploration of the pure build over the Magistus version. I think the Magistus version is very good. Don't get me wrong, but the whole time when I first started trying to tweak the deck myself, I was kind of tempted. I was just like, there was so many times I was like, what if I just put a second copy of Trapeze Magician in the deck and like try and focus on it? Because like its effect is so goofy when combined with the skill. Watching Magician Girl winning a tournament in 2024 was not on my bucket list. Rate the meme. What meme? Marco, you cannot just shout. Rate the meme. Is anyone running Magician Girl Perform Mage today? I believe so, yes. We will rate the meme after this match, Marco. Sending the Breaksword to the graveyard. We're going to be able to bring out the Dark Rebellion, flipping it face up. Silent Boots get searching for our rank up. All right, CM Schofield. Can we break the board? Raiders Revolution. Sending the Summoner Monk to the graveyard for a copy of the Rank Up Magic Force. Can 3-1 make it? Of course. 3-1s will basically always make it. If we do the breakdown, so it was 14 times 3 minus, so we had 41 today with 4 rounds and a top cut of 16. That means all X1s and 3 X2s will make it today. Proof is legal. Is there any PK fire? Not today, no. Not yet, not today, not you. What do you mean, Profear? Can we stop the rank up? Otherwise, we will get popped, in theory, and have to deal with the negate. So all PK lists are standard? I mean, there's some variety, but yes, for the most part. We are going to go for the pop here. Activating Phantom Knight's rank up Magic Force of our own, targeting the Force Strix. Hello, El Cid. Come forth, Stranger Falcon. You try and pop me, I shall pop you! Wait. What?
Unbreakable Mind activates when it's destroyed by an effect.
Destroying our own Unbreakable Mind.
Set a card.
Going for the Soul Shave Force. Okay.
I use one overlay unit to activate Stranger Falcon's effect. I use one overlay unit to activate Dark Requiem's effect. From my hand, I activate a quick play spell.
Okay. Nugget! Destroying it regardless. It should be noted we also could have, in theory, had we been destroyed by that. If this card is in your possession is destroyed by your opponent's card by battle or card effect and sent to your graveyard, you can target one Xyz monster in your graveyard except for Stranger Falcon. Special summon it, and if you do, attach this card to it as material. So technically, we could have brought back the Forstrix. When will we have a Grand Prix Championship Series again? We'll see about that. I can't give a concrete answer. That's not something that's like easy for me to do. Remember that I do all that stuff outside of when we get donations from people like Pimp Jr., ICU, Eli. All that's like done on my own. So we are going to add a Fuzzy Lanius here.
Raid Raptor Fuzzy Lanius' effect activates from my hand.
But I would like to do them again, yes.
Let's battle. Attack Tribute Lanius.
Are we gonna lethal with Fuzzy?
Direct attack. No. There's nothing in your final moments but suffering. Fuzzy Lanius attacks.
Damn, that's your bro! How can you say that?
I can't make anyone smile if I duel like this. I only made it this far because I have a friend like you.
Damn, bro, unlucky. Who would pick Yuto? He dies so fast. Come on! People are still salty about that to this day. Yuto deserved better. It was a cringe death. Nope, Giran. I choose to accept the Duel Links timeline where they are now separate and alive.
My deck will unleash its true strength. If I pull off
It's Yugo.
I expect a nice round of applause. Enjoy the show. Very well. I'll face you. Duel. It's my turn. Everything is ready to go.
Also, technically, Yuya for, like, interfering.
I activate Silent Boots' effect. I activate Torn Scales' effect. The Phantom Knights of Torn Scales. I activate Torn Scales' effect. I activate Ancient Cloak's effect.
Zark did nothing wrong. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. PK has an awful clown matchup. Norrentino, stay in your room if you don't mind. I want to watch your match as well. Okay, making the Ophion here. Unbreakable Mind, get popping, searching for the rank up. Set 2, pass the turn. Okay, I want you guys to keep in mind. So we have the Floodgate, which doesn't matter against this deck. We got the rank up for the negate. We've got the... Wait, did we not use... Did we not search with Ophion? No Terminus? Okay, never mind. We are going to go for the rank up here. Activating skill 1. We're going to Chalice negate. Juggler adds a copy of... Ooh, we let that go through because we don't no longer... Okay, so we already had the Terminus. Okay, so we're still holding on to the negate here. Going for the Trapeze Magician. Bringing Crowley to the field. Activates the skill. Attack 1, attack 2, attack 3! And we could... And we couldn't come back with all the graveyard there? Damn. I think one of the more interesting things, and I think most people will probably end up agreeing with this, one of the good things about a deck like Perform Ages doing well in this meta is that it's kind of a go second deck, right? And isn't one of the complaints people have, oh, everyone's just building decks and putting out floodgates and winning off of floodgates, and then you got Clown deck going like, yeah, I don't care. Don't care. Quote, my phone's messed up, but I was right. You know what, BMAT? I choose not to. I choose not to believe you. Okay. So we have Iwas and Abyss Dweller, and we're going to lose. We have Chalice. All right, so we are going to just get to play here. if you activate Exciton Knight as Chain Link 1, can you use it later in the chain? Can Exciton Knight activate its effect without a chain? No. You are allowed to activate the effect of Exciton Knight as Chain Link 2. In fact, you're allowed to activate it as Chain Link 1. Once per chain means that you're not allowed to activate the effect of Exciton Knight twice in the same chain. If you've already activated it as Chain Link 1, you do not get to activate the effect again as Chain Link 3. Yo, hold on. What the hell's going on here? Witch of the Black Forest. So we normal summon Witch of the Black Forest, go for the Magistus Moon. It goes to the graveyard. We're adding Silent Magician. Returns Artemis. Gets Damage Juggler. Crowley by... Okay, I see where we are now. Going for the Abyss Dweller. So we're using... so we're using the Silent Magician to protect our Abyss Dweller from Chalice. We are going to go for a Break Sword here. Get popping. Trick Clown back to the field. Takes out the Dweller. Damage Juggler searching for a copy of the Hat Tricker. We're going to go for the Mind Control. Turn it into another Damage Juggler for a Trapeze Magician. Making it so that our Silent Magician can attack twice. Detaching the Trick Clown. We're going to be able to revive it. Make a Nina Ruru. Adds the Hat Tricker back. Go ahead and attach the Rilliona. Then go for an Iwas. Summon the Hat Tricker into another copy of the Silent Magician. Horn Scales. We're going to be able to... Ooh, not quite lethal. Little spooky. We're gonna go for a copy of Break Sword here. Chalice to negate. Silent Magician, negate the negate. And we get the concession scoop. Alrighty, we move into round 4. Final round. has begun. Final round before top cut. 3X and 2 will top. Alrighty. Gonna take this opportunity for another quick break. We will be right back. As soon as people show up, we will get our first match of round 4. Stick around. Alrighty. We are back. I mean, you probably just need to learn to play the deck more. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just anytime you're playing a Duel Links deck, if you're not like 100% familiar with it, you can like make a lot of oh, I didn't watch the, yeah. Let's just see what's gonna go on here first. We'll get to it, Marco. I'm sorry. We are gonna make Dweller here. Really, Ona. Going for the Magistus Invocation. Into an Iwas. Damage Juggler, searching for the Trick Clown. Grab another Damage Juggler. Pass the turn. Ooh, but we got the Chalice and no... We do not have the ability to protect this time around with our Silent Magician, so -1 will be free to make his plays uninterrupted outside of the Iwas. Well, we've seen that stealing it, they'll just like lethal through it because it'll be in a monster in attack position. So I think the goal here is to just not get lethaled. Although I don't know if we can actually do that. We would need double Damage Juggler. It doesn't matter if he has mind control. We have to survive. You just need a way to make sure that if you're in the PK matchup, you just need a way to make sure that you can pop. Or not pop, but sorry, I got distracted by the fact that we're going for the pop here. You need to be able to make sure the Dweller effect goes off. So whether that's being able to book yourself, whether that is having a negate for the Chalice. We go to game 2. It is 4 rounds, top 16. I see you. I think this is just a matchup that Perform Age rather goes second. I mean, sure, but you still want to be able to have a play if you go first, right? Because you don't know if you're going to go first or not. So, for example, in the pure builds, which You saw in Barox's build, for example, that won the Quantum Dailies, they were running Book of Moon, Treacherous, etc. So being able... I think Perform Age in general wants to go second. I agree, 100%. You are correct. The conversation is literally just, what do you do if you don't go second? Is there anything you can run that is both good, but also helps mitigates the weakness of going up against a player running Chalice or other such ways to intrude upon your defenses? Empress Staff to play around Requiem negate. Feels like PK in most cases has the out. I don't think that's necessarily true. We've noticed that -1 is playing Chalice, but I would definitely say Chalice is probably not standard. It may become standard, but it's not currently. Or at least that's my read on it. Going for the mind control on the Ophion. Of course, we do not target the Rebellion Dragon, as we can just chain to dodge. And by stealing the Ophion, we turn off the infestation. So we now know 2 of the cards. We know Infestation, and we know the Mind and the rank up. So there's one unknown back row. Droplet or Chalice. Is that true, though? If we go look at the top decks in Phantom Knights, there are 55 tournament decks. Let's do Droplet. Droplet's in 22 out of 55. How about Chalice? 21 out of 55. Let's do Droplet and Chalice. 0. Okay. I guess you're right. That's, if you add those together, that's like 43 out of 55. So that is the majority, running one of the 2. Alrighty, Silent Magician. We can turn off, so again, we know the infestation is there. It's now irrelevant. Now we have the rank up and 1 unknown. We can negate, if they're both spells, we can negate one of them. I don't think you go for Exiton Knight now. Hello. So, obviously... Okay. Here comes the clown! We're gonna go for the rank up. We got the chalice. Negate. Go for the Rilliona effect. We are gonna Requiem negate. Oh no. Oh, that is unfortunate. The perfect counter. I think we needed to not activate Rilliona here. Wait. Is there anything we can do here? We are unfortunately locked to Magistus now. Alright, going full defensive here. That's rough. -1 literally had the perfect counter. You recommended going into Castell while they were locked to Magistus. Goes for the break sword here. Break sword effect. Get poppin'. Normal summons Armageddon Knight. No effect. Giga Chad. And lethal. That's unfortunate. Well, hopefully Mel will have good tiebreakers and be able to move on to the top cut. We shall see. Why no tier list update? I peeked in there. It's being worked on. I think Jade was intending to put it out later tonight. How do you have 3 rank 4s and lose to a Requiem with no material? Okay. Do you not understand? We had the pop to take out the Trapeze Magician, which was our way to beat over his monsters with the skill, and we're now locked into... I know. But we're now locked into Magistus. Alrighty. After going through the 4 Strix one time, we're going to rank up into the Sold Up, hopping the Unbreakable Mind to grab a copy of our rank up Magic Force. We're then going to go Strangleanius into our Tribute once again, making an Evil Swarm and Nightmare, setting another back row, and pass the turn. We're going to make an Abyss Dweller. We have 3 back row here. We're going to activate Blizzard in response to the Mind Control. Negate. Apparently we don't read. We're gonna pop. The graveyard is turned off. Wendy's effect will not trigger, and we will get the concession scoop. Apparently they think that it just negates the effect, returns it to hand so you can use it again. That is in fact not what it does. Is 2 PK rank ups? They're typically playing 1. Wait, no. Oh wait, no. Raid Raptor. Is 2 enough? You technically want 3, but 2 is playable, yes. Oh, he's baiting with that one so hard. Oh my god. People saying I suck when I went 10-2 in 2 Quantums in a row. Never you mind that 4 of those wins were from DQs. That doesn't matter. A 2-0 DQ is still a win. We're going to go Tribute Lania, sending the Fuzzy to the graveyard, making a copy of 4 Strix. 4 Strix, get searching for a copy of Strangleanius. What do we do? Chalice to negate. Blizzard negate the negate. We will go for the Schism here. Making a copy of Construct. Hello, -1. Welcome. We were lamenting the fact that you God-handed Mel in game number 2. The perfect counter. Rank up into Chalice. We're going to go for the Shaddoll fusion here. Chaining the Schism. To make a Winda get Sending. You will not rank up. Lethal on board. CM Scope. Wait. Time limit! No matter the power of my deck, I cannot fight against the unrelenting march of time! Unlucky. Konami! I mean, yes, Neo? I assume it was a time limit loss.
Duel.
Let's just double check though. Hey, Kim friend, be nice, please. That kind of stuff isn't welcome here. Yep. I will say, to be fair, I do feel that Duel Links is due for a time limit increase. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just like, I don't know, man, 30 more seconds, something. I do think people should probably start requesting an increase to the timer. I don't like sitting there with noobs, just quit. Well, that would be an unintended side effect, PTRG, but I still think we need a little bit more time. However Konami wants to give more time, whether it's more time in the beginning, or whether it's more time at the start of the opponent's turn, or whether it's more time at the start of your additional turns. Like, if they gave you, like, plus... Like, what do we get currently on our new turns? It's like 20 seconds, right? 30 seconds? I can't remember. It's like something like that. They need to give back, like... They need to give back, like, just more. Just give us more. And again, it doesn't have to be a huge amount. It just needs to be enough to make it so that we aren't sweating just because we did our normal plays. Okay, what the hell am I looking at? Bomber Dragon. The ability to revive. The ability to make our monster immune. Mischief of the Gnomes. The cringe is back. We are going to be able to banish a Trick Clown here. Nuke the field as well. We will get the concession scoop. Game 2.
Duel!
Alright, we're gonna go Trick Clown into Artemis. Trick Clown back to the field, using our skill to turn that Artemis into a damage juggler. We're gonna go Abyss Dweller here. Set 1, pass the turn. Dweller effect. Samurai Skull, get sending. We're then gonna go for the Zombie Reborn. Revive the Chang-Chi. Another Chang-Chi. That's a lot of bodies on the field. Trick Clown back to the board. We're going to take 2K, leaving us on 1,000. Mischief of the Gnomes again. We are level 2. Giga Chad. Mind Control, get Yoinkin. Change it into a copy of Hat Tricker. We're then going to go for a Trapeze Magician. Playing through the gnomes. We're then going to make a copy of Iwas. Iwas, get Yoinking. Trapeze Magician, double attack. Al Ghul Mazera, return to the field. And lethal. We go to game 3.
Duel!
Alright, Mizuki effect, bring back the Gozuki, dumping the Chang-Chi, go for the Felgrand Gozuki effect. Into the Vampire Sucker, Zombie Reborn, the Chang-Chi. We're gonna make Beatrice. Beatrice, get dumping, send a Mizuki. Mizuki, bring back Mad Mauler. Go for the Immortal Dragon. Immortal Dragon gets dumping. Mizuki again. Go for the Sun Saga. Into the Yukiona. We will then, yes, Burial from the Different Dimension. Outbalanced. Mizuki effect number 5. Go for the Topologic Bomber Dragon and pass the turn. Beatrice dumping the Mischief. We're going to go Endymion effect. Adding the Crowley here. We're then going to go for Mind Control. Red Eye Zombie Revive. Did we just wipe our opponent's board? Alright. We're going to go for the Sun Saga. Get popping. Trick Clown back to the field. Burial from the Different Dimension number 2. Mizuki effect number 7. What can you do? Mizuki's a hell of a card when you get to use it like 9 or 8 times in a game. Okay, that is a 2-1 for Xerox. Okay, Swiss rounds are complete. Not even the Mizuki? I mean, even without the Mizuki, I think you were kind of cooked there. Or not Mizuki, Gnomes. But the Gnomes definitely was like the cherry on top. Alright, what does Marco want to show us here before we do that? Apparently we are supposed to check out this meme. TCG name, Fur Hire. OCG name, Sky Fang Brigade. Fright Fur, Helmet, Death Toy, Giga Chad. Sky Striker, Flash Sword Princess. Tour Guide from the Underworld. Death Guide departing from the demon world, bound for the living world. You know what? I think Tour Guide's better in that situation. And then, of course, Beaver Warrior versus Luis. -1, it should, yes. Or if you top 4 it. So, looks like Norrentino and Mamadsa are our lucky X2s. Top 16 has begun. Norrentino, Mamadsa, you topped X2. Eli, are you available, my friend? Metal, maybe you. Would you mind doing the top 16 breakdown for me? If you're available. Thank you. Okay.
Duel.
Oh, I assume you're talking about the tier list update that just came out. They put it in high potential. They probably just needed more data, I'm guessing. I mean, they're acknowledging that it is a good deck. I understand being a little hesitant to immediately tier it. Tier list update. Tier 1, Phantom Knights and Shaddolls. Tier 2, Blue Eyes Sky Striker Zombie. Tier 3, Shiranui Tech Genus. That's not gonna last. High Potential Performage. Off the tier list, Galaxy Photon and Raid Raptor. So if you want my take on this tier list, Shaddol probably drops. I don't think Shaddol's tier 1. I think it's, well, it's good, but I think it's gonna drop. It's debatable between it and Blue Eyes. I think my gut says Blue Eyes and Phantom Knight tier 1. Zombies, Shaddol, Striker tier 2. Probably Shiranui Performage tier 3. I'd probably drop Tech Genus. As much as I like Tech Genus, I think that deck's just going to disappear from the meta. If only Master Duel meta had a tier list. So I agree, Fan Luna. I believe the reason that Decade ended up not wanting a TPC is fearing that TCG players would basically be too toxic towards them. Which I guess I get. I personally would still do it and just like clamp down on the toxicity, but is what it is. How clown is not tier T. Wait, did you do a what do you mean top 32? This is a top 16. Why are you editing top 32? Bruh. Thank you. In the top cut, we have 4 Blue Eyes, 4 Phantom Knights, 3 Shirai New Eye, 2 Performage, 1 Raid Raptor, 1 Red Eyes, and 1 Shadal. Thank you very much, Metal. I appreciate your help, my bro. Oh. Edit, top 8, fund the easy. So as with all things, take any one tournament with a grain of salt. You want to look at the meta as a totality. For example, we had 41 players in today's event, and with 10 of them on, so 1/4 of them on PK. Fisticuffs are your... You know what? I respect it, Metal. It's a good weapon. You also don't want to judge simply after the first week. By doing so, you're giving into potential, like, it's like hype issues. I defeated a top 10 player with my Altergeists. What is a top 10 player? You mean somebody with the gold mat or a gold icon or something? What if they're fake? What if they're not real? Gonna go for the air raid here. Air raid effect. Requiem effect. Negate. Air raid will float here. A week is also not very insignificant. Of course not. But what I mean by that is think about the fact that people are starting to... People are just now starting to experiment with Performage in the last, like, day or so. Rank up the break sword. We're gonna make a Raiders night here. Going for the Rebellion. Get poppin'. Stranger Falcon gets floatin'. Bring back the air raid. Now what? Goes for the break sword. Break sword effect. Air raids effect again. I don't think it's that they didn't know. I think they just knew they were dead on the next turn. It didn't matter. Schofield just wins the next turn. Could he not arc? Could he have? Is there something stopping him? Let me double check. Well, we literally had Arc Rebellion out, so... Guys, Arc Rebellion was on the field. So the only thing... Wait, the PK skill? Didn't we have Raider's Knight as material? One Xyz effect per turn. That's on your opponent's turn. I'm guessing we just went to battle. Thought we had game anyways. And when he realized that he didn't, then we probably Sudoku'd. Technically, to play around it, CM Schofield should have put the Revolution in defense. That way, if he does get negated, he can't be lethal that turn. We probably still lose then, but... Anyways... Alrighty. We are going to go for the Requiem here. Unbreakable Mind gets popping, making our rank up for us. Set 2, pass the turn. Mind Control, get yoinkin'. Mind Control is probably the best reason to not activate the rank up magic launch on your turn. We are going to go for the Pain Lanius here. We will go for Forstrix. Oh! Hello? Xyz Import. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Yoink. Alright, goes for the Summoner Monk here, discarding a copy of our rank up force. Going for the Tribute Lanius. Tribute Send Fuzzy. We are going to go for Raiders Knight here. Activate Raiders Knight effect. Ranks up into the Stranger Falcon. We're going to be able to trigger our Unbreakable Mind here and get poppin'. Gonna go for the Soul Shave Force. Stranger Falcon effect. We'll then Soul Shave, revive the Forstrix. Making a copy of the Revolution Falcon. Stranglanius is going to be able to revive the Tribute once again to the field. We go to battle. 2000. 2000. Lethal. CM Schofield will take it in 2. Well done. And congratulations to you as well, Maddie, for making it to the top. Hello, Disturbia. Thank you for the raid, my dude. Everyone, be sure to go check out Disturbia. They are going to be hosting or rather are putting together a Rush Duel League, so that if that is something that interests you, do consider joining their Discord. I will now link it in the chat. Right here.
Duel.
They are putting together a Rush Duel team style match, or league. Let's see some clown on clown action. You thought one clown was bad? How about two? We're gonna go Rilliona. Rilliona into Rilliona again. We're gonna go for the Vitra. Invocation effect into the Iwas. Set one back row. Pass to you. Dweller effect. Trick Clown returns to the field. We're gonna go Showtime. Hat Tricker. So let's just keep in mind here. Oh, well, hello. Now we know. Exiton Knight. Wipe the field. This was my bad for setting the revive. Fair. Shu takes game number one.
Duel.
All right, Shu going first here. We're gonna go Crowley. Crowley, Trick Clown. Trick Clown returns to the field. Hat Tricker into the Artemis. We'll then make Rilliona. Artemis effect. We're gonna be able to search for a copy of Zoroa. Zoroa to the field, attaching the Nina Ruru. Bring out the damaged juggler. We're gonna go Abyss Dweller here. Rilliona effect into Rilliona once again as the invocation. Crowley reattaches the Nina Ruru. We're gonna use both of the back row, by the way, for the Iwas. That's pretty funny. Damaged juggler searching for a copy of Trick Clown. Set a back row. Pass the turn. Dweller effect. We will start off with Mind Control, Forbidden Lance Negate. We're going to add a Hat Tricker to hand. Hat Tricker number 2, Iwas get Yoinkin. That's okay, though. We're going to go for a Rilliona of our own. We are in attack position, though. Okay, bold. Nina Ruru effect, get poppin'. But we are locked. Why are we in attack position? I'm a little confused. We might not be playing Exiton. We should, but we might. The Magistus version usually doesn't. Are we good? Hey! Hey! No! Hey! Knock it off! Okay. Sorry, we had to deal with a little cat situation there. I'll be right back. And again, sorry.
Duel.
Thank you. It would not be one of my streams without somehow managing to mute it. All right, triple sets in the back row. Why did I say something? Should I not? Do you want me to just be quiet? Activates Heat Wave. Mm. 240p was peak. I don't know how to feel about that. We will go for the Revolution Falcon. Why is Heatwave a card? Why do they also open Dragon Spirit of White? As a copy of Ultimate Fusion here. Sends the Revolution Falcon to the graveyard. Bring forth the Blue Eyes White Dragon. We'll then activate Ultimate Fusion, and this will just be lethal.
Duel.
God damn it, a second time. I said, what have I returned to? And it appears we have triple set plus Necro Valley. What in the absolute tarnation is this? What are we thinking? Sure. Opens Treacherous in 28. Set another back row. We're going to go and exchange one of our rank ups for a Tribute Lanius. To battle. Crack down, get yoinkin'. There you go. Normal summoning dragon spirit of white. I think this might be where it ends. Mind control, get yoinkin'. Get that blue eyes out of here. Adds a copy of the rank up force. Gets our unbreakable mind. Is Sanafond good against PK? It's aight. It's not perfect, but it's aight. They can, it's like 50-50 against them. They can... They can kind of play through it. Or, I mean, they can play through it fairly well. Or, it's like... Yeah, they can't do the revives for, like, the Ophion and stuff, but, like... They can, like, banish and get the searches and stuff. Do I remember all of Duel Links World's winning decks as Blue Eyes 1? Well, technically, yes, because I believe people would play Blue Eyes for, when you had to do the anime decks, like the 5 different decks or whatever. One of the best ones was usually Blue Eyes. Well, sometimes. Okay, making Dweller. We're also going to make Rilliona. Rilliona into Rilliona. Rilliona searching for Invocation. Making the Iwas. And end the turn. We have the Chalice. Negate. Glued to this man's hand. We will go for the Dark Rebellion here. Cloak for gloves. Revive. Gloves to the field. Make it another break sword. We will search for the rank up launch here. Gets poppin'. Trick Clown will float here. Attack 1. Damage Juggler. Negate. And that'll just be lethal. With top 4, yes. I believe so. Well, not... Let me double check for you. Yes, top 4 Duel Links. It is in fact he, demon. Invocation for the Iwas and show us Chalice. Once again, it's simply that easy. Makes the break sword. Iwas get... Sure, why not? He's him! Gene, thank you so much for the raid. We appreciate you. Give you a shout out. Thank you, thank you. We're currently in the top 8 of the Duel Links Meta Weekly, watching Drawson's Chalice versus Performapals. I guess we will start to see some Crow Lancia and Performage. I think Lancia is probably not a bad one. If you can afford to run it. Yes, in fact, the tournament's going quite nicely. This was the top 16 breakdown. We can go ahead and bring that up real quick like. You'll see the usual offender, Blue Eyes, followed by the newly buffed Phantom Knights, Shiranui still hanging on. Performage, the new Darling, and then Raid Raptor, Red Eyes Zombie, and Shadal. All right. Today is a sad day for the clown community. You know what? That's a good point. We need to find a We need to find a sad clown emote. No, no, no. No clown rolls. That is highly inappropriate at this point in time. Let me... Sad clown. Okay, here's a good one. There's another good one. Wait, hold. I have a better one. There we go. Okay. We've got Shiranui versus PK gets poppin'. We will negate the Spirit Master. Shiranui style successor, adding the Smith to hand. We're gonna go Gozuki. Enemy controller, damn. Get yoinkin'. We do not get to play the game. Unlucky. What's in the top 8? It was Blue Eyes, Raid Raptor, Phantom Knight, Shiranui, Performage Magistus, PK, and a Blue Eyes mirror match. Do I agree with the tier list of Shadal being tier 1? Personally, no. I talked about this a bit earlier. I would move Shadal down 1, Blue Eyes up 1. I'd remove TG and put Performage in its place. I mean, oh, there's other things you could argue about, like, but I think if you're talking about like an overall overview, that's what I would do. I mean, it's not... If you're talking about a tier list made by people who, for whom you have to bring a bunch of different people to get... Okay, how about this? If this tier list was for the previous week mostly... Well, not most. If it's a disputed vision between kind of last week, kind of this week, I can see why some people still thought Shadal's were going to be good. Even if I don't necessarily agree. How is Shadal's performing in tournaments? Well, let's go take a look. So if we do just the last week, We have a first place, a second place, a top 4, and a second place. So 4 tops since the box came out. In comparison, PK has top 4, win, top 8, win. So that's 7. A win, that's 8 with 4 wins. And then a bunch of top 16 from my tournament, which, whatever. I mean, that counts, but it's kind of like... So, what was that? 8 or 12, depending. 8 if you don't want to count the top 16s. Sky Striker has win, second, top 8, top 4, top 8, top 16, top 4 since the box. Blue Eyes has second, 4th, 8th, 4th, 1st, 2nd, 4th, 16th, 1st. So yeah, Blue Eyes feels more in line with PK. Yeah, I'm pretty confident with what I said. And the Perform Age technically could be like, if you didn't want to include it in top 3, I'd understand it. I think you're just going to see more people picking it up as they see that it can be a decent deck in the meta. The main thing, so TG has a second place, a top 4, a win, a top 4, a top... No. It's got a second, a 4th, a 1st, and a 4th. So it's got 4 tops, with one of them being a win. Yeah. So... Like, if you wanted to keep TG in tier 3, I guess. But I think all you're really doing is delaying when you remove it. But I think TG is just gonna fall off as less people play it. Even if it's like tier 3 in power still, I think people are just gonna slowly stop playing it. Let's see. Shiranui has got 4th, 2nd, 4th, and then some top 16s. 2 more. Zombies has got 4th, 2nd, 4th. There actually is an argument that zombies might be on the decline as well. You might see them drop some more. Is this game too complicated for a newbie to play? It depends. Like, how much... When you say newbie, do you mean to Yu-Gi-Oh! In general? Or do you mean, like, I understand Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's been a while? I have heard things, but I haven't watched the anime. Am I cooked? No, by all means, you are not cooked. Well, I mean, answer me this question. Have you played any card games at all? Have you played Pokemon? Have you played Magic? Have you played any other, like, you know, I don't know, Wise Schwartz, Duel Masters, anything? Do you have card game knowledge? There will definitely be a learning curve if you were to play it, but it also depends on what deck you decided to make your first one. There are definitely some very simple decks. I would say the most important thing about getting into Duel Links at this point in time, more than anything, is making sure that you pick a deck that has a fighting chance in the game. So you would want to do your research before you picked a deck. So that means finding a community to join, whether it's the Duel Links Reddit, whether it is one of the many discords from people like myself or other communities of, you know, tournament organizers. Find people who could help guide you for your first deck. I tried Master Duel version. Is there any difference? Oh, significantly. Master Duel is way more complicated. Well, okay. It can be more complicated. Let's be nice, Muscovy. So, Master Duel is more complicated. Can be significantly more free-to-play friendly. Duel Links can be simpler, but is typically more expensive for more fun. Duel Links also tends to be more unique. Skills can make things a little complicated. Duel Links free to play. Thank you so much for the raid, my dude. I appreciate you. It's actually ironic. I was just about to recommend you to this player asking for help. So, Berserker, the person who just raided us is a content creator by the name of Duel Links free to play. They have a website and YouTube you can go to find ideas for free-to-play decks. They do, in fact, have a website. I shall link it here. And then here is their YouTubes. But more than anything, find a good community to ask questions. Do not make any deck choices without consulting people. Don't regret your choices. It's better to wait and ask for some suggestions so that you don't accidentally waste your in-game resources on stuff that's not going to be of any use to you. Alrighty, we go to battle. 5,500 over 1K. That will be lethal. Why do some TCG players stream in the Master Duel category but clearly stream TCG content? Just for visibility reasons. Everyone's everyone just, if you're looking for Master Duel or TCG content, you go to the Master Duel category. Nobody goes to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game category. It just doesn't happen. We go to game 3. Is this on PC? Yes. You get it on Steam. It's on Steam for PC, not Mac. I don't have the bracket for this. Let me grab it for you, Zaid. Edit.com bracket. There you go. So it's breakdown and top 16 today. Alrighty, we're gonna make Shiranui on Dweller. Let's go. We're gonna make Dweller set 2 and pass. Activating Dweller, the effect will resolve successfully. We are going to activate our skill here, getting our Unbreakable Mind, setting one monster, another back row, another back row. We pass the turn. Unable to deal with this Abyss Dweller here, unfortunately, means it will likely get another turn of activation unless these back row do something. We're going to normal summon our Shiranui Squire. Squire going to be able to search for a copy of our tuner from the deck. I can promise you promise you there is no needle ceiling. And I'm not even looking at the deck. Come on now. Do I have to think too much on game? My brain is literally cooked. Again, it depends on the deck. There's certain decks that you can just like autopilot. An example would be Blue Eyes. You do not have to think very much playing Blue Eyes. Summon Big Monster. Activate your interrupting spells when your opponent summons anything. If they have the out, you lose. If not, you win. You also get a good chunk of the Blue Eyes deck for free if you join the game, yes. You just need to enter somebody's code. $2,000 defense. You shall not break my defenses. I will say, though, Mr. Free-to-Play, I think you need to update your Blue Eyes deck on your free-to-play website. Because if I'm not mistaken, Blackluster Soldier is not available at the moment. For whatever dumb reason, Konami decided to remove that campaign for the time being. All right, Shiranui takes it. Alrighty, we move on to the top four. What was in the top 8? Blue Eyes, Raid Raptor, Phantom Knight, Shiranui, Performage Magistus, Phantom Knights, and then double Blue Eyes. Any Blue Eyes left in top 4? There are 2. In the top 4, you have Blue Eyes, Phantom Knight, Blue Eyes, and Shiranui. Are you actually shocked by this? Okay, waiting for both matches to start. Gozu decided they do not need sleep today. Or ever. Will Mizar be coming back soon? Isn't he getting added to the gate this month? Okay. We've got Gozu versus -1. We're going to bring out alternative White Dragon and the regular Blue Eyes. Going for Sanafon, the Sky Prison. Double set and pass back to you. We're going to send Cloak and Fragile Armor, getting our copy of Raider's Unbreakable Mind. Will I grind next? I mean, I will hit stage 2 for both of them. Like, actually grind to try and top? Probably not. I just never have the time. I would literally have to request like a weekend off because I work over the weekend. And I I don't know if I ever would have it in me to actually take it seriously. Nobody in, okay. So you're telling me just go for the Rush Duel. Go all in on Rush Duel. How many people watch tournaments? It depends on the organizer. Some people get like 20 to 30. Some people get 50. Some people get 100. Depending on the day, we're usually pretty lucky to have 200 plus here. So I just have to beat up all the North Americans, huh? Any clown left? No, top 8 was the furthest they made it, unfortunately. Restart the tournament. It's all good. There will always be the Grand Prix on Wednesday. Alrighty, so we search for the rank up launch. In theory, we can revive the Break Sword, then Break Sword into a rank 4. Thoughts on the tier list? Move Shadal down to 2, move Blue Eyes up to 1, remove TG, put Perform H in their place, and you're probably pretty close to what things are at the moment. Adds a copy of Dragon Spirit of White. We are going to go for the rank up here. Making an Ophion. Okay, no special summon. We are going to be able to pop here. How does he keep doing it? So, for those of you that don't know, we've made the Ophion. We popped the Blue Eyes that was already on the field. We then boosted up our Ophion with the wings, which means no normal summoned Blue Eyes will be able to deal with it. And we cannot special summon any of our Blue Eyes. Top 8. We had a mirror match clowns in top 16. So one of them made it to top 8 and then they lost to there. Grab Successor Soul. How is it GG easy? How are you going to activate Successor Soul? Do you see this card here, my friend? While this card has Xyz material, level 5 or higher monsters cannot be special summoned. Now, in case you are curious, Successor Soul reads: tribute 1 monster, then target 1 effect monster your opponent controls. Send it to the graveyard, then special summon 1 level 7 or higher normal monster from your hand or deck. We will get the concession scoop. -1 takes game 1. Game 2. No, Atlas, what you're here to... Well, what you missed was -1 revealing his secret skill of Draw Sense Open Chalice. My dude runs 26 cards, and I don't think he has been successfully floodgate... He has not been dwellered successfully one time. Again, he chaliced everyone forever. He chaliced people so hard, they're still being chaliced in the future. Alrighty, triple set. Good luck, gamer. How do I acquire such an APK? Unfortunately, it's a spawn point issue. Simply be built different. I know, unlucky. Bad ruling. Should change. Well, I mean, it's up to Konami. Konami has decided that. So, if I'm not mistaken, it's because you're attempting to do something that is illegal. It doesn't matter that it would be legal. if you followed it, it's still attempting to do something that is illegal. Normal summon Armageddon Knight. Get dumping. Konami has plenty of I mean, you can disagree with it, of course, and I'm not gonna look. You're talking to somebody who has raged against so many rulings. Just not because like I'm right, but because they're dumb. Unfortunately, that's not enough. Don't ask me about my opinion on non-targeting effects. Ah, yes. You're activating an effect to destroy a monster on the field. Which monster? I have monster 1, 2, and 3 on the field. Sniffus, which monster you want to destroy? Monster 1. Oh, so you're targeting it. Okay. What do you mean, no? But you wanted to... Okay. Did you point... You have to point at it, right? You have to say its name. You have to indicate it in some way, right? So it's targeting, right? Popping one of the back row, we're going to hit our opponent's ultimate fusion. Special summoning the boots. We can make another play. You're choosing. Isn't choosing a form of targeting? Come forth, break sword. Crackdown, get yoinkin'. Successor soul! Get out of here. Ooh, does not give up the break sword here. Interesting. Dragon Spirit of White. Banished. And there it is. The concession scoop. We go to game 3. Shut up, Easy. What won? Blue Eyes in game 2. We go to game 3. If I could pick an archetype to delete forever, which one would it be? Oh god, don't give me that kind of power, because like there's two answers. There's the one to make the game like healthier and better, and then there's like the troll one where you just want to take away people's like hopes and dreams, right? It also depends on like the time period. Like when do you get to delete it? Like could I say Orcust? Delete Orcust. It never existed. No, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. What am I talking about? I have the answer right here. Easiest answer of my life. Tearlaments gone. Every card banned. No. You don't understand, CM Schofield. I don't care. This is like the inner troll with me. Okay? The way some people will respond, or not respond, but will talk about Tearlaments like it's a religious experience. They'll be like, you know, I've kind of been dead inside ever since Tearlament went away. I try to experience joy, and I just can't bring a smile to my face. Ever since they banned Kick Kalos, it's like, why even go on living? What's the point? And you're like, dude, it's a card game. When I activated Havness, it was like a euphoric experience. No. I experienced more of a connection to Merle than I have any other human in my entire life. And it's like, dog, you milled 5. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, that's probably my answer. That's the troll answer. Alright, Gozu, your opponent has had 2 turns to just wall up. What are you gonna do? Would the non-troll be Runic? I mean, Runic's stupid, but I kind of don't care that much. I actually think Runic would be fine if they got rid of the milling or the banishing. If it just had the different effects, then I think it would be a perfectly fine addition to the game. Like, in fact, I would say more decks need Runic-like effects. Every deck should have a card that's like MST a back row or special summon a monster. No card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Should interact with opponent's deck, hand, or extra deck. So, one of my longest time suggestions has been, if I was to make a new updated rule for the master rule, it would be, and this would solve like every problem of every hand loop, every FTK, forever. New rule: you may not affect your opponent's deck, hand, life points, graveyard, anything on turn 1. Or sorry, player 1 cannot affect player 2's hand, deck, life points, graveyard on turn 1. But setting up 69 floodgates is valid, okay? I didn't say that. By no means did I say that. I actually think they've done a pretty good job by simply putting most floodgates to 1. Continue that. I think it's good for floodgates to exist, but they should not be easy. Lancia out of nowhere! You do not get to play the game once again! Sends the Armageddon Knight to the graveyard. Certain floodgates are fine. Like, I understand that something like Lancia can be annoying, but I think stuff like that does need to exist. On negates, I think negates should be archetype specific so that you can... How to put this? I think it's okay for there to be a certain amount of negates. I'm wording this badly. Basically, you should not be able to combine negates. If you play something like Speedroid and can get Speedroid negates, that's fine. I do not think it's okay, though, to combine negates from a bunch of different archetypes, to combine them with generic negates. That's where the problem is. Navigating through, like, let's say, a negate, a pop, a flip down is fine. At least from my perspective. For me, the problem is always the classic board of... It's like the Adamancipator board. It's the, I have 6 negates for everything you're doing. Hope you opened a board breaker. That's the part that sucks. Like, 1 negate is annoying but doable, depending on the power level of the game. Alrighty, goes for the Torn Scales. We're gonna discard our Forbidden Chalice, get dumping. Alright, Successor Soul. We have a Ragged Gloves. No! Unlucky. We will get the concession scoop. And then Gozu instantly went to sleep. Thank you for participating. I was told by Guybassus to ask, is Dr. Dinosaurio cringe? Yes. We have reached a point where he can no longer top with his gimmick puppets. What does he have left? Nothing. Start a prediction. Who wins? Sorrow. -1. You'll have about 3 minutes to vote. Yes, Zaid King. I saw that a while ago. I do like that. When Bonfire first came out, people like memed on that. Who's my favorite Xyz character from the whole franchise? I mean, probably Shun, Shay. Yo, Capsule Corp, thank you so much for the gifted sub, my dude. Helping Kisara to escape Edge Hell. You are too kind. All this support does go right back to you guys, the players, in our events. As, all the ads, all the subs, whatnot, go right back into the prize pools. Appreciate you. I will be ending. Okay, come on. Let's get some more love for Sorrow. I know you guys are voting with your mind, but let's see some votes from the heart. Just think, if Sorrow wins, how many points you guys are gonna steal from the Phantom Knighters? Oh, there we go. There we go. Rise. Rise. Believers. Ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Thank you for the free points. Oh, come on now. Here we are in the grand finals of the Duel Links Meta Weekly number 329. We have -1 at the bottom. We have Sorrow at the top. Begin. We got Shiranui going first. We're going to send Mizuki to the graveyard for a copy of Shiranui's Spirit Master. Spirit Master's effect into the Solitaire. We're then going to go Mizuki, bring back. Going into a copy of Abyss Dweller. Abyss Dweller gets discarding. We're then going to make a copy of the Doomkaiser Dragon into the Shogun Saga. Shogun Saga effect. Spectral Shade, bring back. Going into a copy of Skill Saga. We're then going to use our skill here. Get recycling, get dumping, and pass back to you. Dweller effect. We are going to go full. Okay, hold. Hold. Links off the Sun Saga and the Dweller into a Nightmare Phoenix. Get discarding. It is a Forbidden Lance. Reduce. Links off for the Nightmare Unicorn. Unicorn gets spinning. Spectral Sword effect. Solitaire bring back. Link up. Or rather, rank up. No, not rank up. Not link up. Synchro climb into the Shogun Saga. Baboost. Mizuki effect. Bring back. And lethal. Sorrow takes game number 1. Actually, very well. I mean, yes, obviously Dweller. But besides the Dweller, very well played. I mean, not besides the Dweller. In addition to the Dweller. All right. You can't say it's not fair because -1 will get to go first this time around. There was no interaction. Yes, welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Sniffus, is this your first time? Armageddon Knight, get discarding. We're going to send a copy of Ragged Gloves to the graveyard. We're going to activate our skill here. Sending a copy of Ancient Cloak to the graveyard. To dump a copy of Torn Scales as well. Raider's Unbreakable Mind to the field. We're going to activate Cloak, searching for Boots. This will trigger our Torn Scales, special summoning itself from the graveyard to the field. Boots to the field as well. This will allow us to make a rank 3, the Phantom Knights of Breaksword. Don't Dweller if you are a real one. What does he do with Armageddon? I don't know. Activates this effect to dump a dark monster from deck to graveyard. We're gonna rank up, bring out the Ophion. Ophion effect. For the Terminus. Compulse bounce 2. For the cost of our Ophion, we pass back to you. Normal summon Gozuki. What happened to the game I love? Come on, bro. It ain't that serious. Come forth, Requiem. Activating Unbreakable Mind. Hold. We send it to negate. Bring forth the Solitaire. Spirit Master effect. Get poppin'. We're gonna take out the Ophion. We got Spectral Shade. The last back row we know is Terminus, which means it is dead. Solitaire's effect will trigger here. Bring back the Spectral Sword. Shade effect. Bring back the other two bodies in the banished zone. Shogun Saga Baboost. That's exact lethal. Wait! What? No! We didn't put the Terminus down? There ain't no way! Oh my Jesus. The mind games. Yami Kisara, how could you let this happen? You are cursed! We go to battle. Shiranui Style Samsara. Spirit Master. Destroy. We do a little troll. Come forth, Nightmare Phoenix. Force out that final back row. It is a Forbidden Chalice once again. Solitaire, return the Spectral Sword. Return the Spirit Master. We simply go to battle. And lethal. Sorrow takes it. Well done. Okay, that was actually, that was a little surprising. Congratulations, Sorrow. Choose the outcome. I want to know how much some of you made. Shiranui believers. I bet 10 and got back 35. I might be the GOAT. Alrighty, let's go ahead and take a quick look at the deck list today. Any Raid Raptors? Yeah. Okay, so -1. 26 card Phantom Knight. We are on double Armageddon Knight. 1 Torn Scales. Triple Lance, triple Chalice. Should be noted that we are not playing the Arc Rebellion package, which I think is becoming more and more typical. We are, however, playing Dweller and Phoenix. Very nice. Sorrow, your winner for today. We had the one droplet. The one droplet. Very nice. We have Kaitos on War Crime Blue Eyes. Yes, I was muted. Again, god damn it. Oh, go back. So War Crime Blue Eyes. War Crime Blue Eyes. What the hell Raid Raptor. We have Ghost on Phantom Knight. We got Shu on Performagistus. Nagatoro on Blue Eyes. Mamadsa, PK. Xyz Import, PK. Very interesting. Xerox. Zombies. Oh, okay. Additional war crime zombies, by the way. Topologic Bomber. Beatrice dumping friggin'. Hey, Norrentino, how do you feel about this one, by the way? Oh, wait, hold on. Fionn Phoenix, Blue Eyes. Norrentino, Performagistus. What? It's just Trickstar Light Stage. Mr. Paradox. Shadal. Totally Awesome. Shiranui. But the one of Xyz Encore and Shadow Imprison, or what one? Shiranui. And then Shiranui from Zaga Zaga. Alrighty. We have reached the end of today's event. For the winners, the top 4, I will message you how to receive your prizes going forward. If you are interested in other events such as this one, the Meta Weekly, both Master Duel and Duel Links is hosted, or rather, the prize support is given by Decade. You can join them by being subbed to him on Twitch. If you are looking for other tournaments, we host our own in our Discord. Typically Wednesdays, Saturdays, Sundays. Feel free to join up, check them out. We would appreciate it. Would love to see you. Sign-ups for each week go up on Tuesdays, so expect them tomorrow. And yeah. I really do love you guys all chilling and hanging out with us here today. Let's go find somebody to raid. Oh, hey, K-Brock's online. I don't think I ever get to raid him. I will definitely be doxing your cat. All right, everyone. We will see you probably Wednesday. Later.